get this going again. So this is the forecast for tomorrow. A lot of snow. 4 p.m. it's gonna be 27 meters a second. 60 miles an hour. Something like that. A lot of snow. Might have to dig myself out of here. I'm gonna hunker down for the snowstorm, and I noticed that it's already snowing quite a lot, so I need to head outside and have a look. It's almost 7 in the afternoon, and it's minus 8.4 degrees Celsius outside, so it's pretty cold and it's snowing, so let's go and have a look. Nothing crazy yet, just slow little snowfall. Well, this is gonna be nice. There's the plow truck. It's my office. My office from the other side. Good morning. I had a great night's sleep again. That alpaca blanket is really nice when it's chilly. It's so large that I can fold it up in several layers and have a really comfortable and warm night of sleep. Got my coffee, the most important meal of the day, and it is a snowstorm day. The van is shaking and it's gonna get pretty mean. The wind drift is really starting to happen outside. It's gonna peak tonight after it's gotten dark again, and it's gonna get really heavy snow. Look at this. So I'm just gonna ride it out here, hunker down and get some work done. There's a cell tower I can see from over here. It's right on the edge of the parking lot. There's a Red Cross service building for mountain rescue right next to me here, and they had showers, so I was able to get a shower this morning. Just gonna work and have my coffee and see if I get buried through the evening here. I parked in a way that would make the snow kind of disappear past me depending on the wind direction, and it seems to be working so far. My Christmas favorite, tangerines. So I just got notice that the road across the mountain is gonna be closed until tomorrow at noon at least. So good thing I'm not up there. It would have been fine, but it's always good to be a little bit aware of those things. And actually the wind was gonna be less up there, but the mountains are unpredictable, so it might be much worse. You never know. But down here I'm pretty safe by this Red Cross service building that is empty now, but there's this big like snowplow and rescue gear and stuff in there. And they have the shower, which is nice. There's the Turtagre Mountain Hotel behind here, but that closes in September. Doesn't open again until May or June. So there's no people here. I just heard the snowplow this morning and it came over to close the gate, I think, and turned around and went back. Here I am, right outside the gate actually. Gotta love this. Well, I just got a notification on my phone that the road starting from over here and across the mountain that I came down yesterday is now closed for the winter. Starting time today at 12:21. That's 20 minutes ago. And end time is gonna be May 1st, 2025. So I was the last one across. Super happy I was able to do that, because that was so spectacular. I wonder what would have happened if I stayed up there tonight. They'd probably chase me down or something, because you're perfectly okay to stay up there before it's closed for the winter, but when it's closed for the winter they need to make sure that everyone gets out, so that there's nobody left behind up there. That would be something if I had to spend the whole winter up there. How about that? I would really had to ration my supplies then. I have to go the other way then, down into the fjords to exit this place again. It's going off in like gusts. A little bit calmer now. During the middle of the day, it's gonna take off again around 4 p.m. So there's a little bit of a break in the wind and in the storming. So I'm just taking a little bit of a hike outside to just look around. There's this waterfall over here that I want to check out if I can get to it, or it's probably frozen. Well, there's actually a bridge down here. Gonna go down there. This is gonna fill in with snow. It's not that calm after all. this is getting pretty awesome now. It's quite the storm. Look at my van back here. And yeah, hope you can hear me. This is what's up. This is a real blizzard now. This is the strongest one so far. Well, it's only the start of December, but pretty epic. So they closed the road earlier today for the winter, so it's not open until the latest in May. So I can understand that now. This is gonna be way too much work for them to open this road again. This is quite fantastic. I'm super stoked to be in snowstorms like this. I feel like I'm in a safe place, so nothing really to worry about here now. Yeah, so this is what December looks like up here in the mountain here. This is the most exposed road in Norway, basically the one that I came down off yesterday, so there isn't really any reason to be up there now that these storms have really set in. Look at the van now, it's disappearing behind me. So yeah, I found a way to get a little bit more light for filming my snowstorms. Basically just lights up the snow so you can get a little bit better impression of what's really going on out here. This coat that I'm using is also kind of cool because it doesn't have that fur edge around the collar here that gets all this snow stuck in it. So that has its purpose if you're way out there, but it brings so much snow into the van, so it's kind of a little bit annoying from time to time, but it does keep the snow from entering the face. Anyway, this is really something of a storm. It's supposed to be a ton of snow coming down. I don't know where it's gonna end up because of the wind. So it might end up in a corner, or it might end up blocking me completely from getting out tomorrow. So I hope they plow it in a few days' time. Got plenty of battery and it's not that cold, so I'm not using too much propane, I think. So enjoy. I wonder what's for dinner. So Now it's taking off here. Whew. Crazy stuff. Well, that's quite the storm out there. Just finished the first snowstorm video for the 2025 Arctic tour. So, cheers to that. Although this snowstorm is much more fierce, so I can't wait to make this video. It seems like it was a smart move to drive down here, since the road is closed now for the season anyway. Up there it would have been crazy, I'm pretty sure. It should be peaking tonight, I think, according to the forecast. Let's see. Yeah, it should be peaking around 9 actually. Actually looks like it's gonna go on until tomorrow morning, and then it's gonna, the wind is gonna die down tomorrow, and then it's gonna continue snowing heavily tomorrow afternoon, Friday. Maybe there'll be a snowplow up here so I can get out tomorrow. I don't know yet. It's fine to stay here for as long as I have to. With this service, this Red Cross service building here for the search and rescue teams, they have an open bathroom and open showers, so it's kind of very convenient. I could get some water today for my 10-liter container, and then I had a shower, and it's even warm in there as an emergency thing, but it's warm in here as well. So got 1.5 bottle of propane, so that's like 7 days worth of propane heating here. But there'll be a snowplow here tomorrow. People will love to come up here for the weekend and be out in the snow. This is a good spot for that, so this is where they come up. Really grateful for you all that are watching. You are the best. Cheers. While this storm is raging, it's making me hungry, and it's 6:15, so it's dinner time. Today I'm gonna make some cheeseburgers. Ooh, we are shaking. This is quite massive. Well, I'm gonna head out again afterwards and have a look when it reaches the peak in a couple of hours. But first, cheeseburgers. I'm gonna do a little twist this time and make tzatziki with a cheeseburger. Wow, the wind is so strong the whole van is moving. I'm glad I parked it like I did, because it's in a really good spot. But it actually moved with this last wind gust. Crazy. Whew. Okay, scrap them. So it turns into a Greek burger in a way. What a storm. There we are. That's the burgers. Greek cheeseburgers, we call it. Right. That's a bit much, but had to finish it today. Do the dishes right away. Before anything gets stuck. Looks like we have a new episode of Yellowstone, episode 12. It's gonna be... Ooh. Ooh, it's really going off now. This is some crazy storm now.
I'm two copies away from having this conversation.
What are you gonna do?
Do about what?
The ranch.
I don't know. Rip's running it. Yeah. Some rich dude buys it just to play cowboy.
This is crazy. This is absolutely bonkers. Haven't felt shaking in the van like that since hurricane.
And there's all those ranches in Texas that ain't built for that heat.
Think about quitting this already?
Once the ranch gets sold.
Don't matter. Some billionaire will buy it.
Incredible. I wish it was possible to see something out the windows, but it's so dark outside. Well, that was way too much food. Got all this stuff left. I'm gonna save that for tomorrow. And just do my tangerine for dessert. This is my favorite for Christmas.
ice for the state? No. It was
stuff. I don't know what to say, but this is really going off. Oh boy. Woo. It's definitely, this is pretty much the worst snowstorm I've been in. It is just massive. Oh. And it's gonna peak now in 15 minutes or half an hour or something like that. And woo! Insane! Super intense. Woo! most insane snowstorm I've experienced in my van, or in anything for that matter. This is worse than the one I had when I was up by the family cabin. I'm a little bit sheltered here now, but just over here it is going off. So here we are. My camera is turning into a snowball, so I think I might have to go in and clean it off a little bit. Oh. Cozy, cozy, cozy land. Just crazy. Whew. Shaking so bad in here now. I'm a little bit concerned to be outside more. I was walking over towards one of the buildings and I felt like something could come flying off, so I think it's better to stay indoors, actually. Whew. It's shaking so mad. So 10 more minutes till peak. Things are really crazy outside now. It's just wow. It's just completely going bonkers now. So I walked up to the road just to take a look, and it's completely blown over, so there's no chance of getting out of here until there's a plow truck coming. Actually, the wind is blowing in a way that makes it easy to get out of the parking lot, but then it's straight into a snowdrift on the road, on the main road here, so just need to sit this one out, hunker down and ride it out. Some of the wind gusts that have been coming in now over the last half hour has been just insane. It's like feels like the whole van is gonna tip over. The reindeer and the bison are both approving of this weather. This is bison weather. Maybe I should name my van Bison. Looked like a bison with all the snow on it. Now, still watching Yellowstone here, just chilling in my little living room here and listening to the incredible sound of this wind.
Say what happened. We still ain't been carted down. Take it to Convoy. It's quick. Never stop coming. What if that looks like you? Just saying he didn't suffer. He's the cowboy. Suffering's the job.
Looks like we have the snowplow here. Lovely.
All right, here we go. Gorgeous up here in the mountain. A lot of fun. Really amazing scenery up here on the high mountain. just incredible stuff over here. Another adventure, another winter adventure in my van. Can't beat this stuff here. This is the Nordic spirit. Alright, so I'm up in the mountains here on the highest mountain plateau in Europe, and I'm just gonna ride out this snowstorm here and cook a couple of pizzas, just cheese pizzas today, and just enjoy the storm outside. I'm heading up into the mountains where my family has a cabin. So I'm gonna park my van up by the cabin and have some quality time in the winter snow. The weather does not look very good. It looks like there's a big snowstorm coming in. Might get stuck. It's a pretty difficult road up there. My shore power. Well, this is pretty bad. I'm glad I moved my van. It's really going off now, this storm that was on the forecast. Well, good morning. It's just an absolutely massive snowstorm outside. I can't get my heater to work right now. It's giving me a couple of error codes. Look at this. So I'm parked right next to this cabin here. I had to move the van a little bit to get it a little bit more sheltered. As you can see, it's really going off here after a week of spring. This is the strongest snowstorm I've ever experienced in the van. Now I need to find out why the heating seems to be working only on electrical. If I try to put it on combination, it gives me an error message. I have to go outside and check the exhaust. Maybe that could be the problem. As you can see, it's pretty cold inside now. It's just around freezing. And I'm connected to shore power because I'm with by the cabin here. This is absolutely crazy. I was parked out here, but I moved the van back here in anticipation of this. So here's that error code again. I'm gonna go into the manual and see what that means. So this one is completely iced over. Don't know how to get that fixed. This wind, I can hook up just the electric heater inside for now. This is just extreme. It was 32 meters a second winds on the forecast, and hurricane is 32.8, I think. So this is pretty mad. I parked so that I was sheltered, but at the same time that made the snow go around and go into the vent of my heater. So now I gotta figure out if there is a way to get that unclogged. This is just insane. So this is where I was parked first, and then I moved over behind the garage here, and I don't know quite what to do now. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of Googling. So this is where I was parked. Apparently not the best. The entrance to the cabin here. Gonna get out my space heater here. I cleaned the exhaust on the outside, hoping it'll work. It's actually a little bit of snowdrift coming in here. Whew. This is craziness. This is the neighbor's cabin. Just running the engine now. To get the temperature up. Gonna add this base heater now. Now it's going full off. So I think I had the temperature too cold through the night, and this is insane. I had the temperature too cold through the night, so it stopped several times and it didn't run, so it couldn't keep the exhaust open with the use of its own heat. Look at this. This is the worst snowstorm I've experienced in the van. It's been up to 31 before, but now it's 32 on the forecast, and this is much more exposed. Even though I'm in between these cabins here, it's super exposed from the east here. I'm not doing anything here. I was able to fix that exhaust for the Truma heater, and since I'm already talking about that, I might as well continue. So the Truma Combi 4 heater that I have in my van here is a fully integrated system. It also has a boiler, a 10-liter boiler for hot water, and it has all these outlets that runs along the floor that sends heat into different areas of the van. My heat comes out here and here, and there's one under the bed, and there's one down here in the bathroom. My version of the Truma Combi 4 heater runs on propane. I have two 10-kilo bottles of propane. In the coldest part of the winter, one bottle will last me 5 days. So that's 10 days of heating in the dead of winter. You can also get this as a diesel heater that would run through your integrated fuel tank probably. You get the same kind of heating from the diesel version and the propane heater. There's no moisture coming into the car because you have that external exhaust. The good thing with the propane is that you don't have to change any filters, and propane is about half the price to run here in Norway compared to diesel. Diesel is very expensive in Norway. The good thing about diesel is, of course, that you never run out as long as you keep your fuel tank topped off. Look at this here. Whew. That was a scary one. That was just a little bit of info about my heater. I think it's time for coffee now. It's almost 11. If I can keep the van stable enough here, Absolutely. I think I'm gonna wait a little bit with coffee. Space heater running. Absolutely mad. Don't know what else to say. Wow. It's getting warmer in here, luckily. But the wind is getting stronger, or it changed direction. It's just massive now, and the whole van is shaking sideways. Look at this. Look at the cabin. I don't even dare to make coffee right now with this stuff going on here. So I opened this rear sunroof and it had snow coming in through here, and this one I had placed up there. This is not good. So I need to do something here real fast. What to do here? There's some ventilation up here that you cannot close, and this blizzard snow here just comes in through. Now I gotta find a smart way to close this. The best thing is probably if I can find a pillow that's large enough, and maybe if I do something like this. Towel, I can close. That should keep it from seeping in, I think. It's funny, when you park right next to a building with shore power and everything, and you got the most emergencies you've really had in your van, just proves that this is the worst snowstorm. Well, the heat is working, and I'm gonna get back to that coffee now. Really too much stuff going on today. Well, cheers. It's a pretty tense morning, but all I got is coffee. This snowstorm, 32 meters a second, nearly a hurricane, crazy stuff. It's gonna go on for a couple of days. Ooh. So now I got snow or ice melting on the inside here as well. So got a drop of water running on the inside. Not good. It's like this is the limit of what my van can do storm-wise, obviously. Yeah, I should have kept it warmer because this is ice melting that has formed. Happened once before, and as soon as I opened the window and let's see if that's possible. Yeah, so you see this ice here that's formed, it's melting. Running down on the inside. There it is. That stuff there. All the stuff you have to experience on a day like this. Definitely some kind of survival mode today. Of course, it's not a life or death situation in any sort of way, but this is really testing the limits of what this van can do. And it also gives me some things to work on. Also gives me something to work on for the summer to improve, I think. So what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Gotta get some work done, get some subtitles for my next video. Woo. Look at this. April winter. It's fascinating. Sitting here working on subtitles while this is going on outside. Well, gotta watch this. Well, it's so bad now. It's so shaking. Whoa. What am I doing up here? I was going up here to have a safe haven in Easter, and now there's really nothing I can do because I cannot get down this road until they plow it. And they're probably not gonna do that until tomorrow night. I didn't think I would test the very limits of what kind of a snowstorm I can handle in April. What an experience. Not sure I want to do this again ever. Good thing now over here on my window it's not running any water after I fixed it there. Just doesn't want to end. Pretty sure this is the last. Pretty sure this is the last one for this season. Oh man, don't know what to say. In this normally crowded area with a lot of cabins and lodges, and now it's all blocked off because of the weather here. There's nobody coming in or out of this place. So let's go and take a look to see if the road is passable, or if I have to wait here for several days until the plow truck comes. This is the stuff that's going on with the road. Oh, to get through this. Huh. Oh, this. That's it. That's a good meter. Incredible. There's another one below here. Yeah, I'm not getting through that today. Ah. My hands. Oh. That's just unthinkable. So here I am. No way I'm getting out there. Impassable. It was a meter deep approximately, and there was several more snow drifts across the road, so I'm stuck here for now. This thing is really not letting up, so I think it's time for dinner. Today I'm gonna make some egg and avocado burritos, I think. Avocados, cheese, spinach. I think actually pesto for this. dinner time. Let's get a light beer to celebrate this stuff that's still going on like crazy outside. Cheers, my friends. Because I triggered that. Now there's snow coming in from the sunroof here as well. Wow. It's snowing in here now. How nice. I need to get up in that sunroof and see if I can fix that. Don't know if you can see that, but it's blowing in here. This is pretty annoying. Coming out through these vents here because of the strong wind. It's just this stuff here. Wow. It is pretty insane what's going on. So this seems to be working. It's almost like it's blowing from underneath and it comes up and goes in. Yeah, now it's not coming in any longer. So I got access to the webcam that's up here on the side of the garage here. So I'm going to show you some of that footage. True fashion, it seems like the weather forecast has been reversed. It is much worse now than it's been. It's so funny because the area around the van is completely clean of snow. It's just blowing straight past and nothing is settling around here. This stuff here. So as I'm doing my travels through the Arctic and other parts of the world, like this trip I'm planning in the western United States for September. I'm gonna be posting my maps on my Patreon page, and also for channel members here on YouTube. You can press the join button here on my channel to get a preview of what you can expect to see. So I create a new map for each of my long trips where I add places of interest and my camps and my favorite campsites and my favorite driving routes. So if you want to tag along or want to see my favorite campsites and stuff, you can sign up to either Patreon or become a member here on my YouTube channel. And tomorrow it's hitting again with a ton of snowfall. Okay, it's calmed down a little bit, so I'm gonna take another look at the road. It looks very interesting. This is my direction. So, forget about that. This is the other direction. So that's pretty much... It's completely walled in now. This needs a good deal of plowing. Take a look at how high the snowdrift was here. That's the snowdrift. So that's the stuff I would have driven through. Yeah, that would not have happened. The road has been plowed, but it's already blowing over again, so guess I'll have to wait for another day back to the van. intense. The forecast is for 27 meters a second winds today, and that is pretty strong. So I don't know if I can get out. I haven't seen any cars on the road here today, and it's just completely snowed in, and yeah, kind of rough. Definitely the strongest snowstorm I've been out in my van, and let's just hope I can stay inside today and stay warm, but I can make my batteries last. This is pretty insane. So I think I better try to get out of here before I do anything else. Before I snow completely in here. I think it looks like I should be able to get out. Maybe I have to go and get the shovel and do a few pushes with the shovel, but I should be able to get out and get down 10 kilometers to a store down here. Weather is pretty nasty and it's gonna get worse according to the forecast, so I better get to it.
Yeah.
Yep, worked. Good winter tires from Nokia. So let's just go down the road and go down to that store and wait it out there. What a crazy weather. The roads are completely icy and they're blown over some places, but it's not too bad. Need to get some diesel before the gas station snows completely in. Well, that was something. That's the one of the most stormy fuelings I've had. I'm gonna just stay around this gas station and this store, I think, and wait this storm out. I spoke to the postwoman rather, and she said that the road was closed, so I'm just gonna stay here and stick it out. Just gonna move a little bit from the gas station. While I'm waiting out the storm, I might as well make a cup of coffee and some breakfast, and we'll see how this day goes. It's storming pretty bad outside. This is definitively the worst storm I've been in my van. Kind of fun though. Just what I needed. Cheers. Look at this. It's almost like a commercial, but it's not. this guy's doing. Well, the storm is still ongoing, so I'm gonna make myself comfortable here and make some pizza for dinner tonight. I talked to the store over here and they allowed me to stay here in their car park overnight to wait out the storm. So I'm gonna do that and just wait out the storm. The storm should subside during the night sometime, and tomorrow there shouldn't be any considerable wind. Got some pre-cooked ground beef here, just making it easy. So now we're actually on the Salt Mountain, Saltfjellet. It's amazing up here. It's 2 o'clock, it's getting dark, and we should be passing through the Arctic Circle pretty soon. Wow, this is amazing. What an incredible place. This is a barren landscape. Pretty cool. So I'm crossing into the Arctic Circle right now. Awesome road. officially in the Arctic now. This is just awesome. So pretty up here. Got about 9 kilometers to go to where I was planning to camp, but I'll just take anywhere I can find up here, really. It's so pretty. Here comes the train. I think this looks like great camp. It's cool to be back in the Arctic again. It's so amazingly beautiful up here. So today or tonight and tomorrow morning it's gonna be kind of windy, but nothing bad. But later tomorrow it's gonna be a big storm. It's gonna be 28 meters a second winds, which is like 5 below hurricanes. So might have to get off the mountain here before that. Have to see. So it's my first time up here on Saltfjellet, and it's pretty spectacular up here. The wind is quite heavy right now, it's shaking the van, but I'm parking facing the wind, so it's not as bad as if I had a side wind or something like that. Anyway, it's only like nearly 3, it's dark outside, and very short days up here. Of course, we're in the Arctic now, so during the winter the days are short. The wind is howling, the van is shaking, and And I guess there's a storm going on outside, so I'm gonna walk out and take a look at it. It's pretty awesome weather. Loving this. I got a new microphone, so I'm trying to get the sound to be better from the wind. But this is what it's like in the Arctic. Going crazy here now. Oh, love it. It's cold. It's cold, even though it's not that cold. It's only like minus 11 degrees Celsius, but this wind is really doing something. So, kind of fun. I can feel my beard is frozen, which is pretty cool. Arctic weather. Why not? Better get in and start cozying up a little bit. glad I drove up here. Love weather like this. Oh. That was cold. Feel like an iceman now. Whew, let's get off this without getting snow in the whole van. I'm so glad to be inside again. That was pretty harsh out there. Don't know if you can hear the wind now, but it's howling. The van is shaking and my heater is going full time. Well, good morning. A storm is raging outside and the van is shaking like crazy. Gonna get up and have a look and see what I'm gonna do. cool to be in an Arctic storm. This is pretty awesome. I feel like Han Solo now. Actually look like Han Solo, I think, with this jacket here. So I just looking for my town here, and also scouting for Imperial spy drones. This is awesome. Well, so first day in the Arctic, and it's a big storm, which is pretty cool. I need to see if I'm gonna get out of here or not. Woo! I'm gonna be backing up a little bit. It's gonna get much worse, so I'm gonna be backing up to this structure here and get a little bit in shelter. This building has a little bit of a shelter from the direction of the wind, so it should take some of the worst off the van. So it looks like the wind direction will stay the same. So if I could just move over here, yeah, that should help a little bit. Stuff. Okay, I think it's time to get inside and make some coffee actually. It's a little past 9 and I haven't had my coffee. It's sheltered on this side. Really picking up. Might be a good idea to actually get out of here before the really bad stuff happens. Okay, since it's going off quite heavily and it's gonna get much worse, I'm gonna head down the side of the mountain a little bit and see if I can find a place with a little bit more shelter. If I can just find something to park behind, that would be good. This is gonna be terrible. If I can see anything on the road, that is. It's so crazy outside now. Some quite extraordinary conditions. I'm so glad that this was what I found when I drove across into the Arctic. A real Arctic storm. So I have an empty toilet and full bottles of propane and plenty of food. So as long as my van doesn't capsize, I'm good. So here's a parking lot, but there's not gonna be any shelter there. Yeah, so that's not happening. Keep going. Well, there are some trees here. That'll help a lot if I can find a spot with shelter from the trees. Maybe this could work. Yeah, this feels much better. Behind these bushes here, it's helping a lot. Yeah, I think I'll stop here for coffee at least. I think that helped a lot with the bushes there basically. It's just kind of taking off some of the worst here. Still going off. I just got a notification on my phone that the road I'm on is closed. Time to make some of the most important meal of the day, coffee. Cheers, my friends. It's pretty crazy what's going on outside here now. It's a complete whiteout right now. I'm glad I came down a little bit. Only 3 kilometers actually. A mile and a half. Whole van is still shaking. Incredible stuff. So I'm just staying here until tomorrow, I guess, since the road is now closed anyway. Wow, it is so crazy over here. Have a look. I could get completely snowed in here, or like become part of a snowdrift, because the snowdrift always happen on the shelter side of objects, so I could become part of this wind drift. That would be cool. We'll see you tomorrow. Just enjoy this storm for now and coffee. Okay, so we're looking at 31 meters a second right now, but now it's a total whiteout. That is crazy. So this camera can't handle this weather, so I gotta switch into my other camera here. Wow, incredible. That's the worst I've ever experienced, I think. So it's actually just 2 meters a second below hurricane now, so quite crazy. But I feel perfectly safe here. My van feels perfectly safe placed here, so that's good. Crazy. Loving this. It's pretty harsh. My ski goggles, definitively. Wow, this is intense, really intense. How about that? That's a lot of blizzard out there. Oh man. Just wow. I had to make another cup of coffee after being out in that. It's such an incredible experience to be outside and just feel the elements. And it's so nice to have a cup of warm coffee when I get inside. Well, the van is shaking a lot. It's good to park into the wind when it gets really bad, because it's much more stable in the wind direction. I guess we're at the peak of this blizzard. It's just below hurricane force actually, which is a little bit more than what was forecast yesterday. But it's fine. It doesn't feel scary or dangerous up here now. So cool. Might have to dig myself out tomorrow though. So the weather is easing up a little bit, and they're actually doing a convoy across the mountain here now. I'm gonna try to film that if one of them pass me by here. I have a pretty good view of the road. Comes the convoy. That's a lot of cars. It's time for dinner. Today I'm gonna try something new, and I'm gonna make a falafel. I'm feeling really hungry now, so it's gonna be nice to have some food. Okay, let's see how this is gonna taste. It's all vegetarian today, which I prefer sometimes. That's pretty nice. Cheers, my friends. Further north in the Arctic, it is 11 now. The storm is gonna hit around 1 or 2 o'clock. Okay, here comes the snow now. Beautiful. It's gonna snow a lot today, and then the wind is gonna pick up, and we're probably gonna have a blizzard in a couple of hours. Here comes that wind too. That was just the first gust of wind. Well, now it's starting here. This is gonna be pretty cool, I think. This kind of snow is brilliant. The wind is gonna pick up and we're gonna have a blizzard. pretty soon, and there's gonna be a huge amount of snow. So I'm just taking a walk here around. I'm camped at this ski stadium. Just gonna look around. Well, we're looking at a whiteout. Well, it just broke out right now. Incredible. Now we're talking. Well, I always seem to end up in this kind of weather. calming down a little bit, so I can take out this camera, which is normally not so good in snowy conditions. It freezes, the gimbal freezes, but now it seems to be working. This is quite something. Very happy I went up here, away from Lofoten, because there's still a massive snowstorm here coming in. So, I'm not complaining. I have this huge parking lot almost to myself. The ski stadium. Nobody's out skiing in this weather, or there's a couple, but that's about it. Hope you can hear what I'm saying in this wind. So I'm parked behind this snow wall here, which makes it kind of sheltered, because the wind direction is coming from out here, so that's all good. I'm like a wild snowman here now. This. Gotta just love this. Whew. It's so beautiful. Snow is the most amazing thing in the world. So I'm using my other microphone now, so you can hear me talking. I'm guessing it's too much wind for the built-in microphone in the camera. Getting crazy now. This is actually worse than it was up on Saltfjellet a week ago. So I count myself lucky from time to time. The microphone might be out, but I don't know. I feel like Han Solo up here. Incredible. out here filming. It's just magic to film this stuff here. The lighting here is perfect with these lights around this ski run here. Just makes the images really cool and pop because you get lightning. It's getting dark and then you get lights and then you got snowstorm, and it's just very awesome. Oh man. Fingers are getting cold. I think it's time to get inside. I have to make a few sacrifices here on what I allowed to get wet. And right now, I'm gonna walk into the bathroom before I undress. Good times. Shut this down. There's the light out. What an amazing weather experience. Very happy with the direction here because the wind is coming straight towards the front of my van, and that's the most stable way to be positioned. It's only 3 o'clock. It's pretty much dark outside. I'm much further north again than I was in Lofoten. Ooh, tricky. I need a cup of coffee to enjoy this spot. Coffee is served. You hear the wind. Good stuff going on outside. Whole van is shaking, but feels very safe here. Here it comes. Peek in the house. Amazing. So cozy in here now. Warm and nice. And got a cup of coffee. It's gonna be over by tonight, so I'm expecting a good night's sleep. Do not usually sleep very well if the van is shaking, and sometimes the covers of the sunroofs, they make this rattling noise. It's kind of annoying if the wind comes from a certain angle. Just see the snow just going past the windows here. Quite awesome. Okay, so it's dinner time, and today I'm gonna make some quesadillas. I'm gonna make it simple and fast, so I can enjoy the most of this snowstorm. snowstorm is picking up again. It's pretty awesome. I don't know if you can see anything through the window here. Okay, let's try the quesadillas. That's nice. Love those little jalapenos. Forgot to say that I'm using pesto as a kind of a sauce inside. Always think that pesto makes for an interesting taste. Well, one thing's for sure, and that's I'm gonna be snowed in tomorrow. That should be interesting. Okay, gonna go outside a little bit and see how much snow has come down, if I'm blocked in or not. It's only 8 o'clock, so there could be a lot more snow coming, so I'll just see what it is like right now. That's not too bad. I definitely thought it would be worse than this. There's a lot of snow on the roof, but that's okay. That's fine for now. It's made like a shark fin at the back of the van here. That's pretty cool. Over here. The shark fin van. It's my cozy office. Nice. Feels so even more cozy when there's snow like this. Feels like a Christmas cabin or something. Very nice. Well, so no problem getting out. If it stays like this, we'll have to see. There's a lot more snow on the forecast, so could be more, but all good after this snowstorm. Okay, let's check the roof. Oh. It's basically blown pretty clean. That's fun. So the plow was just here and opened up the parking lot. So shouldn't be any problem getting out tomorrow.